That is the bathroom located in apartment 210 at 110 Tremont Street.
And was there metadata associated with this photo?
Yes, there were.
Can you just again briefly explain to the court, to the jury, what that metadata indicates?
Essentially, this metadata is identifying created modified dates of 11/16/2022 at 2:02 a.m. It once again shows where that photo is documented being taken from, and then you're going to see the pixel resolution and orientation as the picture was taken.
All right, while we're talking about cell phones, who requested Jasmine's cell phone records from Verizon?
The Chattanooga Police Department.
And how is that done?
Originally, with Jasmine Pace's cell phone records, we contacted Verizon. Verizon has certain requirements for exigent circumstances to provide those records without a search warrant in place. We applied for exigent, we filled out an exigent form, applied it to Verizon, and they granted us exigency based on their requirements. So Verizon then sent us Jasmine Pace's phone records based on exigency at the time.
Two documents, Investigator Crawford. Do you recognize those documents?
Yes, I do.
What are those?
The first one is a copy of the emergency situation disclosure, the exigent circumstance form I was disclosing. It's filled out. I filled out the form. I filled out the form to the best knowledge and information, and signed the form and faxed that form to them. The second documentation is from Verizon, certifying the records that we received from them in regards to Jasmine Pace's phone number are certified to the best of their, they're investigating the records and they're certifying the records.
Your Honor, I'd ask that these be the statements to exhibits. One is the 902 affidavit from Verizon.
Is the next one 124?
Yes, sir. I'll make the Verizon emergency situation disclosure 124 and the affidavit from Verizon certifying the records 125.
124.
Looking at this certification from Verizon, is this something that they typically send to verify that the records they've sent are in fact what they are claiming to be?
Typically, we also request them to certify them as well, typically for purposes.
Okay. And can you see that there is a Verizon case number on that sheet of paper?
That's correct.
All right. You see this jump drive?
Yes.
I'm going to pop this jump drive into drive showed up on the laptop?
Yes.
All right, I just opened, will you verify that I just opened the jump drive that's in the side of the computer?
Yes, you do.
And do you recognize what is on that jump drive?
Yes, there's a folder for the associated Verizon case number along with the name certification. There's also an Excel sheet for a cell site CDR, current 4G VoLTE data with the associated number with Jasmine Pace. There's also a certification of records for the associated case number for Verizon. And then the final Excel spreadsheet is for SMS content associated with phone number 423-664-2024 and the associated dates that we requested.
And this, there's a number here that says certification. Does that number match the number from Verizon and the affidavit from Mark Moran?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, I'd ask that these records be admitted to the next exhibit.
The jump drive is up
Yes, Your Honor.
to 126.
Okay. At some point after all of this, were you notified of a discovery by the owners or operators of the Tremont Apartments?
Yes, I was.
What was that contact?
On January 5th, I was in contact with the managing staff at the Tremont Apartment, Tremont Lofts. I had a conversation with the courtesy officer, Officer Clemens, after our original search warrant and after
Ridiculous narrative. One even suggesting that almost 10% of our uniformed military was extremists, 200,000 members. Ridiculous, by the way, from this committee on the other side of the aisle. Mr. Hegseth, unlike Undersecretary Call, you have a lot of experience with our military. Do you believe the military is a systemically racist organization? And if confirmed, will you commit to defend, not denigrate our troops?
Senator, I was also offended by those comments because anyone who's been on active duty in the National Guard, man, woman, in units, understand that it's fundamentally false.
By the way, there's 3 studies, to his credit, Secretary.
unfolded were arrested Jason Chen and found Jasmine Pace. I knew that potentially at some point they may reclaim that apartment. Sometimes apartments will, kick people out for breaking lease agreements and such. I advised them if such were to happen, if they could contact me, I'd like to do another walkthrough of the apartment, just to do a final walkthrough of some sort. I talked to them. They actually called me back a little over a month later when they notified me that they were actually doing a renovation to the apartment. Due to their wording was because of the extensive amount of cleanup it was going to cost, they were actually just going to renovate the entire apartment. They notified me that that process had started, and they provided me consent to go back into that apartment. Subsequently that evening, I called the crime scene. I wanted them to come back out and potentially redocument it after if something else were to be found or located. Also, myself and Detective Siege responded, and the courtesy officer of the apartment complex, Jason Clemens, responded as well to allow us further access to it because I requested once they provided that they had located potential items of evidentiary value to us, I requested that they stop until we had the ability to properly document those items. So they granted it and locked the apartment. I responded that evening just after 5 p.m. where then I did another walkthrough. I located other pieces of evidence within that residence.
Had they begun to remodel, renovate that residence at the time that you arrived?
Yes, they had.
You recognize those photos?
Yes, I do.
Is this an accurate representation of what Mr. Chen's apartment looked like when you returned after the apartment complex called you to tell you about potential evidence they had found?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, this would be exhibits. I'd ask that it's exhibit 127 -1 through 127-17. This is exhibit 127-1. Investigator Crawford, if you can, again, just instruct the jury as to what we're looking at in this photo at this point.
Yes, this is a photograph from essentially standing within the bathroom area, looking back into the main bedroom or the single bedroom of that apartment. You can tell based on the other photographs that you've seen at this point that the flooring is different and items have been removed. At this point, you can see the subflooring. You can see a mattress pad and other objects that have been removed from the bathroom. That's the actual bathroom sink as well.
Sorry, I'm numbering these, Your Honor. 127-2. What do we have here?
This is going to be the carpeted section from the bedroom. This is going to be the bathroom area leading into the bedroom. This will be the left-hand side. In earlier photographs of the original execution of the search warrant, the bed would actually have been located in this area right here.
So is this evidence that you did not find when you were in the apartment on the 28th of November?
That's correct.
Because the bed was there.
There was a bed placed over top. The other things that are different this time, at the time that the search warrant was executed, it appeared that the lights that were placed in there were aftermarket of some sort. They had a light of hue to them. It was not a very well lit apartment. So a lot of things we did by way of flashlight at the time. Once they reclaimed the apartment, they put new lights in there for the assistance of renovation. So it was a lot brighter. I could actually observe a lot more things at this point in time than having to use just a flashlight and then lighting the apartment. So we did originally look under the bed for potential items of evidence. In this picture with the lighting as such, it's obviously more clear that there is a dark discoloration at this point. That night, myself and crime scene investigators did not identify that.
And did it also come to your attention through other evidence that Mr. Chen's bed before 11/23/2022 was not in the position it was when the search warrant was executed?
Correct. When I re-entered the apartment after being granted by the apartment management to go back in and further process that scene with the well-lit lighting, I observed a few different things. Obviously, the dark discoloration was different than I originally observed. Not different, but I didn't observe it based on the lighting. Another thing is I could tell, originally I remember we talked about the potential, the splatter of some sort of an unknown substance. There's actually just above this picture, there's an oil stain a few feet off the ground that runs the length of it. I knew through investigative experience, through personal experience being a homeowner, that the length of it was consistent with the top of where your headboard meets the wall. When you sit up in bed, it's involuntary, but it happens. You rub your head against the back of the wall and an oil stain begins to build up there, especially for how long potentially you had that bed or that item to place at that location. I observed that on the wall as upon entry, and instantly you will see in this area back behind what this is actually the tile that was taken from the bathroom area. This is just the bottom, the mortared section of the bottom of the tiles has been filled back and left here. There's going to be the original bed frames still in that room. Most all the items were taken out by the family before the apartment was reclaimed, and then certain items were left there. So they were going to eventually get rid of that bed frame, but it was still in place during our discovery. which the bed frame itself, I observed it, the headboard, to be consistent with the oil stain that I saw on the wall.
And then the jury's already seen Exhibit 117. This was a photo you located on Jason's phone, correct?
Yes, that would have been, I did not observe that photograph particularly until after this secondary going back to the scene, due to there was approximately almost 10,000 images in the cellular device.
What is the blue matter that you can see coming out from under the carpet?
That's going to be the padding between the subfloor and the actual carpeted area. If you're not familiar, some carpet has it built in. Some, the way you lay carpet down, obviously you don't carpet directly on the subflooring because it'll be hard and not as comfortable to walk on. This is going to be the padding for the bottom of the carpet that is in place prior to them starting to cut some of the other areas out.
And underneath the blue padding would have been what?
Underneath the blue padding would have been the subflooring itself, the wood.
State's Exhibit 127-3. Explain to the jury what we're seeing here.
This is going to be the carpet section as it's pulled back. You can see I pointed out a reddish brown color, a discoloration in the carpeted area where the bed was placed earlier during our first search of the apartment. After the carpet was further peeled back, you can see a larger reddish-brown discoloration that's consistent with blood. And you can see that that discoloration also then seeps directly back into the carpet or to the padding as well.
Based on your experience as a homicide investigator, what does that substance look like to you?
Blood.
State's Exhibit 127-4. Is this a closer up photo?
Yes, that's correct, with markers in place to show the size of the section itself.
Were those markers placed there by the crime scene unit?
Yes, by my request.
Did they collect that item?
Yes, they did.
State's Exhibit 127-5.
It shows the carpet padding as it's been pulled up to further reveal the suspected blood that has now seeped through the carpet, the padding, and onto the subflooring itself. You'll see the two major sections where it seeped all the way down to the wood section itself.
State's Exhibit 127-6.
It is another photograph of the subflooring from a different angle. This is actually the other side of it, with markers to give size and relevance.
State's Exhibit 127-13.
At this point, you're going to see the bed now fully assembled. Like I said, the bed was there, the bed frame was there, and the mattress was still there. Myself and crime scene investigators requested that we put the bed back together to see if we could further depict the details of what happened, during this incident. After putting the bed frame back together, we then placed it on the wall in the area that I believed the potential long-term use of that bed frame to be used based on the discoloration of oil stains on the wall, which then it made it more consistent with the blood pattern located on that day. We inspected that bed frame further. It's assembled. We inspected the bottom of that bed frame to see if potentially could we rule out that bed frame was up against the wall and someone was stuffed under there. And we didn't see any blood transfer to the underside of that bed frame. The only blood transfer that we observed was on the side of the frame that's consistent with somebody being placed on this side of the bed.
All right, now we're seeing what you've been describing in 127-17. Can you just explain that to the jury briefly?
Yes, you can see it more clearly here. In this picture, it looks similar to a shadow, but it's actually from this section here, just above here, is going to be dark discoloration that's consistent with like oil stains from hair, body, and things like that, such as touch that you normally will have. As you can tell, as the bed frame falls off, so does the dark discoloration, and it does such in the other way as well. So it's very consistent with the bed frame in place and that bed being in place there for an extended period of time.
12711, just a further, a more distant photo of the entire bed as you put it together there in the bedroom.
Yes, that is correct.
This would be exhibit 12716, just from the other side of the bed. Again, the same markings where you pointed out before, wear and tear on the wall.
Correct. And the difference here is you can actually now see the shadow that's created from the bed in the light, this dark strip here. You can see like how it gets darker here, and it's not, this is not a shadow, this is an oil stain on top of here. Just to show, and to be honest, most of it's concentrated on this side of the bed frame, where it would be typical if a single person resided there, that you'd only have one side. Most people have the side of the bed that they typically pick, especially if you have a significant other and you sleep there every night. It's consistent with that with a single person.
And then lastly, 127-10, you mentioned that there was what looked like discoloration that resembled blood on the bed frame. Can you explain where this photo was taken?
Yes, this is going to be on the side of the bed frame. When we were looking at the picture of the bed itself fully assembled, it would be on the left-hand side about halfway up. There's the dark reddish brown discoloration on the fabric of the bed frame that is consistent with blood.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Ladies and gentlemen, it's almost noon. I understand lunch is being set up in the jury room now. We'll take our lunch break at this point. It's 5 minutes, it's 12. Let's try to resume the trial at 1 p.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
from Ranger School. The only thing that should matter is how capable are you at your job? How excellent are you at your job? I served in multi-ethnic units in every place that I worked, every place that I served. None of that mattered. But suddenly, we re-inject DEI and critical race theory, dividing troops into different categories, oppressor and oppressed, in ways that they otherwise just want to work together. That's why I've pointed out before, and I'll say it again, and because I'm sure it'll be quoted to me at some point. The dumbest phrase in military history is our unity is our strength. No, our shared purpose is our strength. Our shared mission is our strength. We are one DoD community of all committed to the same mission. Has nothing to do with your background. Has to do with what your commitment is to the country. And that is my solemn pledge to every single person that would put the uniform on, and reflects President Trump's priorities as well. Senator.
Thank you. You know, we talked a little bit about the fact the Pentagon can't do an audit. All right. Can you talk about, and I mean, to me, I've run big businesses. It's all about accountability. If you want to get an audit done, you can get an audit done. You might get letters saying hey, there's things you have to fix, but it all goes to accountability, and we haven't had it. So can you talk about how you bring accountability to the table, what you've done?
All right, are we ready? Okay. All right, where's tell Phyllis to bring the jury in. All right.
Ready for a jury?
Yes, sir, bring the jury in.
Honor.
Yeah, bring them on.
All rise.
Good. All right, everyone have a seat. Members of the jury, we had your first trial lunch break. Anything I need to know about? Everything went as planned? No discussions amongst anybody? Okay, if that happens, y'all need to let me know. Steve, call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Officer Lyle Parker.
All right, and I think that's your eighth witness, correct? All right.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
You just have this way, sir?
Officer, have a seat right here, sir.
Step around, watch your step. Proceed, Your Honor.
Yeah, please.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name for the record?
Lyle Hart,
And even though it's obvious, what do you do?
police officer for the Wauchula Police Department
How long have you been with the Wauchula Police Department?
since November of 2023.
And is this your first job as a law enforcement officer, or do you have prior experience?
I have prior experience.
Where'd you work before that?
1996, I started with the Florida Department of Corrections, and then in 1999, I was hired with the Hardy County Sheriff's Office.
And so how long do you work with the Hardy County, or what were the years you worked for Hardy?
1999 until 2023.
All right. And did you retire at that point?
I did.
And you missed it so much you came back?
I did.
All right. So, sir, so what was your position with the Hardy Sheriff's Office in November of November of 2022?
November of 2022, I was a detective.
And so would that have been your role back on November 1st of 2022?
It was.
And I do want to go back to that time frame.
Okay.
Sir? During that time frame, did you become involved in the death investigation of a Uriel Schock?
I did.
How did you become involved, sir?
I heard the call for service over the radio.
And what did you do once you received that call?
I responded to the scene in my vehicle.
And so where did you go?
I went to the incident location, Kazan Road.
And was that a residence?
It was.
Whose is that?
The defendant, Miss Nix.
And when you got out there, what was going on, sir?
As soon as I arrived, I could tell that something had happened. I already knew because of the call. And the husband had his knees down, sitting on his knees in the yard, had his hands in his face. He was crying. I think Tracey was walking around very frantic.
And do you know approximately what time you got out there?
I don't know exactly what time it was.
Okay. And so you see this that's going on. What else is going on, sir?
Medical units are arriving. Other law enforcement are arriving.
And when you say medical units, you're referring to?
The ambulances.
And so the address you went out, sorry about the question, but is that in Hardy County?
It is in Hardy County.
Okay. And what did you say Tracey Nix was doing?
She was walking around. She appeared to be in a frantic state. She was crying as well.
And did you discover what was going on out there?
I did.
What happened?
I discovered that she had left her granddaughter, Uriel, in the vehicle that she was driving that day.
Thus the frantic nature?
Correct. That was the reason that she was frantic.
And what was the granddaughter's name?
Uriel Schock.
And was Uriel Schock there when you got there?
I believe she was in the ambulance, if not, had already been transported.
Okay. So what did you do next, sir, once you're out of that scene?
My supervisor advised me to go to the hospital, the Advent Health in Wauchula, and take possession, not possession, but be there for the scene of the child and begin photographing Uriel Schock.
And so you took photographs?
I did.
Approaching you with what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibits 4 through 8. Please keep them down and go through each one of them. See if you recognize them. Look up when you're ready to proceed, sir. Okay? Are you ready, sir?
Yes.
First, I'd like to, for you to take a look at State Exhibit number 4. It should have been in order.
Okay.
Do you recognize that item, sir?
I do.
What is that?
It's a picture of Uriel Schock in the hospital bed.
And what was Uriel's status when you were taking these pictures?
She was already deceased.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of what you observed that day at the hospital?
It is.
Your Honor, the state would seek to enter into State's Exhibit number 4.
Defense, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
So admitted without objection.
And the state will publish them once they've all been admitted, Your Honor. Would you please take a look at State's Exhibit number 5, sir?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a picture of Uriel Schock's little hand.
And what does the picture show?
The hand is clasped shut, like gripping.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you observed that day in the hospital?
It is.
Your Honor, the state would seek to enter in State's Exhibit number 5 at this time.
Defense,
No objection.
admitted without objection.
Would you please turn to State's Exhibit 6? Do you recognize State's Exhibit 6?
I do.
What is that?
It's a knitted, crocheted blanket that the hospital provided for Uriel Schock.
Is that to place her in, I guess?
It was to cover her up to comfort.
Okay. And does that fairly and accurately depict that blanket that you saw that day?
It does.
Your Honor, the state would seek to enter in State's Exhibit number 6 at this time.
Defense,
No objection.
admitted without objection. Number 6.
And finally, State's Exhibit, or second, finally, State's Exhibit number 7, do you recognize that item?
I do.
What is that?
It's the little red or pink onesie that Uriel was wearing that day.
And does that fairly and accurately depict the onesie as you saw it that day?
It does.
Your Honor, the state would seek to enter State's Exhibit number 7 at this time.
Defense,
No objection.
admitted without objection. Number 7.
And finally, State's Exhibit number 8, would you please look at that?
I did.
What is that?
It's a little teddy bear.
And why was that photographed?
I don't know why I photographed it, but I put it in with Uriel before I zipped up her body bag.
Is that something that was with her?
It was.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day?
It is.
State would seek to enter State's Exhibit number 8.
Defense,
No objection on relevance, Judge.
sorry, boss. sustaining the objection on the, number 8, you're not to consider that as evidence, which is repetitive.
And Your Honor, at this time, the state would like to just publish State's Exhibits 4 through 7.
All right. Go
Please
ahead
let me-
and, hang on a second. Go ahead and publish. Go ahead and give me number 8, please. Do you have 8?
Yes.
Now publishing State's Exhibit number 4. And once again, sir, what was this?
That is Uriel Schock in the hospital.
State's Exhibit number 5, and once again, sir.
That is her little clenched hand as she was laying on the bed in the hospital.
State's Exhibit number 6.
That is the hand crocheted blanket that some of the hospital staff had.
And State's Exhibit number 7.
That is Uriel Schock's onesie that she was wearing the day of the incident.
All right, if you'll please, when you're done with those exhibits, we'll give them to the clerk.
Yes, Your Honor.
I already did it, and Mark wanted to make sure.
Thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate that. Did you do anything further at the hospital, sir?
Yes.
What else?
As the family arrived, I unzipped the body bag and tried to make it a little presentable so they could say their goodbyes.
Okay. And following that, sir?
I contacted the medical examiner and was advised by him to have Uriel Schock sent up to him.
So went to the medical examiner's office?
She did.
She did, yeah. Following making sure that Uriel went to the medical examiner, what was your next step in this case, sir?
I interviewed the 3 ladies that had lunch with Miss Nix at the Beef O'Brady's.
And who would that be?
If I can look at my notes.
If you need to refresh your recollection, please do so, then look up when you're ready.
Okay. One of the ladies was Judy Terrell. The second lady was Miss Brenda Knight. And the third lady was Barbara Knight.
And as far as this case, I guess you conducted a couple more interviews, is that correct, of some people?
I did.
Who else did you interview in the case?
Her sister, Kayla's sister, the mother of Uriel Schock, and her brother-in-law.
Okay. And who was that? Refresh your recollection, sir, and look up.
Kayla's sister is Rebecca, and the brother-in-law's name is Jonathan Tucker.
And sir, does that conclude your involvement in the case?
It does.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Defense, Cross?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
You indicated that when you first got there that you saw Nate Nix.
I did.
Okay, do you know him?
I do.
Okay, and how long have you known him?
I don't know him personally. I just know of him personally.
Know of him?
Yes.
And what was he doing?
He was on his knees in the grass, and he was crying.
Okay. And you indicated that you saw Tracey Nix also.
I did.
And what was she doing?
She was walking around. She was hysterical, frantic. She wasn't screaming. She was just, you can tell when somebody is not normal, walking around in a frantic state.
Okay. Anything else that you noticed about Tracey Nix?
Nothing other than that. I was there a brief time.
All right. And you never saw her go behind the barn?
Look at my notes to see. No, I never seen her go behind the barn.
Thank you. I have no further questions, John.
All right, redirect? No, Your Honor. All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. Okay. Thank you, officer. You're excused from your subpoena. You can go wherever you need to go.
Yes, sir.
All right, state, call the next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. State you call Detective Shane Ward.
All right, Shane. Come on out and get us sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Here, step this way, sir.
Please state your name, sir.
I'm Detective Shane Ward.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm employed as a detective with the Hardy County Sheriff's Office
And how long have you been employed there?
since March of 2006.
And you said your current duties are detective?
I'm currently a detective, yes.
What's a detective do?
Investigate persons and property crimes.
And is your position the same now as it was back in November of 2022?
Yes.
I want to take your focus and attention back to November 1st of 2022. Did you become involved in the death investigation of Uriel Schock?
I did.
How did you become involved, sir?
Upon being notified of the call, I did respond to the scene of the incident.
And what was the scene of the incident?
I believe it came in as an unresponsive infant.
Oh, I mean, where was it?
Where was it? The address was 1478 Kazan Road in Wauchula, Hardy County.
And is that a residence?
Yes, sir.
Do you know whose residence that is?
That is the residence of Miss Nix, Mr. and Mrs. Nix.
And so, do you know approximately when you got out there?
My approximate time, the EMS, I believe, had just left or had just arrived, so it was right around the time of EMS arrival, and I have that documented right around 5:06 p.m.
5:06 p.m.? Okay.
Approximately, yes, sir.
And so, what did you observe when you got to the property?
I observed Mrs. Nix's 2019 Lexus SUV parked in the backyard. Her husband, Mr. Nix, was also still present at that time, and Mrs. Nix was also still present on the property at that time. I believe there was a car seat laying next to the vehicle. That's pretty much my independent recollection of what I initially observed.
And you said it was what were the vehicles again? I'm sorry.
Her vehicle, I believe, was a 2019 Lexus SUV.
And were there any other vehicles, or?
There were more vehicles on the property, I believe. I don't have an independent recollection of exactly what vehicles or where they were positioned on the property without reviewing photos.
Did you notice a lawnmower, or?
I believe there was, yes, sir, a lawnmower next to a barn, really close to the vehicle.
Any observations that you made about the vehicle?
The
Lexus.
Nothing significant that I can recall about the vehicle.
Okay. And so what did you do once you get on the scene, you're assessing the situation? What was the next step you took, sir?
I did speak with Mr. Nix and just asked for an explanation of what had happened, asked him to kind of recreate what he did, what he saw. There was also some people working on their roof at the time. Several workers had been working on the roof that were there when this all happened. So I proceeded to also identify them and speak with them and see if they saw anything that was pertinent to our investigation.
Okay. And so you interviewed them and you interviewed Mr. Nix. What else did you do while you were out there, sir?
After speaking with Mr. Nix, my primary responsibility at the scene was to draft and execute a search warrant for the vehicle and the premises, the property.
Was that the vehicle we're talking about? Was that the Lexus?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that what you did, sir?
Yes, sir.
And so did you participate in the search of that vehicle at all?
I did, yes, sir.
Was it more of a...
It was more of a observing.
I understand. And so you drafted the search warrant, you ensured the vehicle was provided, I guess, support in the search of the vehicle. What else, if anything, did you do after that, sir?
We also, made sure that the vehicle, we did bring it back to the sheriff's office, secured it at the sheriff's office, in a secure facility at the end of the evening when we were finishing up our search of the property. I also, in this case, I did draft and execute a search warrant for Mrs. Nix's phone, and I also assisted by obtaining surveillance video from the Beef O'Brady's restaurant, where she was at lunch that afternoon with the victim.
So I guess you received information that the Beef O'Brady's might have video of that?
I did, and I believe Detective Samandel, Detective Fletcher, actually, she requested that I assist her and get that video.
And is she the one that was kind of leading up the investigation?
She eventually was the case agent, yes, sir.
Okay. And what is a case agent, just so we...
She's the primary detective or investigator assigned to the case. So she makes sure that basically is in charge of the case, organizing the case, logistics and things like that.
So following the video, any other further involvement in the case? Did you interview anyone else?
I did. I believe I spoke with her daughter on scene that day, Rebecca Tucker.
Okay. And so you spoke with her also?
I spoke with her as well as Mr. Nix on scene.
Okay, sir. Any further involvement?
Nothing that I can recall.
Well, in that case, sir, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay.
Lieutenant, Cross?
Good afternoon.
Good.
You indicated you talked to Mr. Nix at the scene,
Yes, sir.
and what was his state of mind?
As far as me personally characterizing his state of mind, he seemed to be in shock.
Okay. And you indicated that you drafted a search warrant for, I think, the vehicle as well as the phone?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was Mr. Nix cooperative with you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you ever talk with Mrs. Nix?
I don't have any recollection of speaking with Mrs. Nix in any substantive manner.
Was she at the scene?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know if she was cooperative with law enforcement?
From everything that I've observed throughout this case, she was cooperative.
Okay. And you didn't ask either one of them for permission to search the vehicle as opposed to getting a search warrant?
I did not.
Okay. Is that for, say, safety reasons or just being extra careful?
In a situation like that, we'll always get a search warrant.
Because of the nature of the case?
Because of the nature of the case.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And would that also apply to the search of the phone?
Yes, sir.
Okay, even though they were cooperative with you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me see, you wrote a fairly long report. None of the people on the roof noticed anything out of the ordinary?
They had been working on the roof all afternoon. They had not really been paying attention to anything going on the ground. They did not have anything pertinent to provide to the case.
Very good. Thank you.
David, redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, you free to leave?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, defense, you agree? Pledge, do you agree it's free to leave?
I'm sorry, yes, sir.
All right, thank you, detective, you're free to go, you're released from your subpoena, thank you.
And before the state calls the next witness, Your Honor, could we have a sidebar brief?
Let's have a sidebar.
Let me go back on there.
Members of the jury, we're gonna take a 5-minute stretch break, just very limited, okay? Just give us some time to get some things shuffled around. All right?
All rise. Step this way, please. Keep your notepads on your chairs.
All right, so everyone have a seat. Go ahead and do what you need to do. Mr. Coleman.
It should just be momentarily, Your Honor.
When you're ready, we'll bring it right back.
Thank you, Your Honor.
PowerPoint. That's your PowerPoint?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go back and let's see 7 real quick, make sure it skipped out.
Yes, I took it
We're
out.
fine.
I deleted it.
Okay.
I just didn't want there to be any mistakes.
Correct.
If I pushed the wrong way.
I didn't know if you had to put a blank something in there, but it took it.
No, it just replaces it.
All right, all ready?
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, same thing.
Everyone's bring the jury. All right. I'm gonna go blur on the screen. Mr. Coleman, I'm gonna blur the screen from the live stream, okay?
Yes, Your Honor, and just to let you know, it's just property photographs.
Okay, then I'm gonna leave it then.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, bring them on.
All rise.
All right, everyone have a seat. All right, Dick, call your next witness.
State will call Detective Kim Pfeiffer.
Go ahead, Detective, we're gonna get you sworn in. Good afternoon.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
You step this way.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, please, go ahead. Thank you.
Please state your name for the record.
Kim Pfeiffer,
And how are you employed?
detective at the Hardy County Sheriff's Office.
And if you could please speak up a little bit.
Oh, sorry.
No problem. And how long have you been at the Hardy County Sheriff's Office?
Just shy of 23 years.
What are your current duties?
A detective and crime scene.
Well, I want to focus on the second part. What do you mean? What is crime scene?
Whenever there is a crime, then they will call out crime scene to come and process the scene.
So what types of things, when you say process, I think we have a good understanding, but I just want to be clear. What do you mean by process?
We'll go and take measurements. We will photograph. If we need to get DNA samples, we'll swab, fingerprint, that type of thing.
Okay. So it sounds like collecting evidence type stuff.
Yes, sir.
Excellent. And I'm sorry, how long have you been doing that for?
Probably about 5 years.
So let me ask you this. Were your duties the same or similar back on November 1st of 2022?
I was in crime scene in 2022, but I wasn't a detective at that time.
Okay. So you're just doing all those duties you talked about earlier. Is that more of a supportive role for the detectives and the other officers, or?
At times, yes.
Okay. Well, let me ask you why you're here today. On November 1st of 2022, did you become involved in the death investigation of Uriel Schock?
Yes, I did.
How did you become involved?
I was requested to respond to Kazan Road to process the crime scene.
And Kazan Road is where?
I'm sorry, it's in Wauchula. It's where the incident occurred.
Okay. And so do you remember when you got out there?
Is it okay to refer to my notes?
Of course. Refresh your recollection and look up when you're ready.
It was about 6:15.
And so what was your role going to be in this investigation?
My role is to photograph the area, the house, the residence, and where the scene was.
Okay. And is that what you did in this case?
Yes, it is.
And do you actually go through the property and take photographs?
I did.
What time did you actually start taking photographs, though?
It was at approximately 8:05.
Okay. So was it dark at that time?
It was.
Were you still able to take photographs, though?
I was.
Okay. I'm showing you it's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 9 through 27. Okay? What I would like you to do is, we're going to take this one at a time, all right? So if you would first grab State's Exhibit number 9, please.
They're in order.
They are in order, Your Honor, yes.
It's also on the back.
Yes, Your Honor, and the label will be on the back, on each photo. Do you recognize State's Exhibit number 9?
I do.
What is that?
This is the address, the mailbox
And
for the residents,
what was the purpose of taking that photograph?
to show where we were at, the numerical.
Your Honor, at this time, State would seek to enter State's Exhibit number 9,
Defense?
No objection, Your Honor.
Admit without objection.
and the State would like to publish as we admit each one.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Your Honor. And you said this was,
It was the mailbox. That's the numerical of where it occurred.
okay. And so could you go to, oh, what was the purpose of the photo?
To show where the incident was at.
And so would you turn to State's Exhibit number 10? And what is that?
This is the front of the residence.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the front of the residence?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the State would seek to enter in State's Exhibit number 10.
Give that.
No objection, Your Honor.
Admit without objection.
And now publishing, Your Honor. State's Exhibit number 10. And let me ask you this, is it just the residence on this property?
There is just a residence. There's a barn in the back
Okay,
of the property.
Was this the only structure on the property?
Oh, yes, it was on structure. Besides the barn.
But there was also a barn?
Yes.
Okay. Look at State's Exhibit number 11, please. What is that?
This is the front of the residence.
Once again, is it from a different angle, I guess?
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that night?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, State would seek to enter in State's Exhibit number 11.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, admitted without objection, number 11.
Now publishing. Would you please take a look at State's Exhibit number 12? What is that?
This is the front of the residence, but it's the driveway to where the garage would go into.
Okay.
So
Are-
it's-
And what's your goal when you're taking all these photos?
Just to show like the description of where it occurred at, what it looked like the day of the incident.
Okay. And once again, we're talking about State's Exhibit number 12?
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the State would seek to enter in at this time State's Exhibit number 12.
Defense?
Judge, I don't have any objection, and but we just say, Tom, I don't object to any of the photographs.
Okay, so State's Exhibits 9 through 27 come in without defendant's objection, correct?
Is that 26, is that many? I didn't realize it was that many.
There's 9 through 27, here's the 18. Do you agree?
9 through 27, yes.
Yes, sir.
All right, all admitted without objection, publish as your wish.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll just publish as we go then, and we'll talk about each photo. So if you would, that was State's Exhibit 12 we were just talking about, correct?
Yes.
All right, let me get there first. So again, there's some reflective things in the background there. What is that?
That's the dump trailer from where they were working on the roof that day.
So there's roof work going on?
There wasn't when I got there.
No, I meant,
But
but
yes.
that's the reason for that, okay. Would you now turn to State's Exhibit 13? What do we look,
This is the garage
of the home?
of the home, yes.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 14, what are we looking at here?
This is the, more of the picture of the dump trailer where it was at. So we're just kind of like slowly taking the picture like that.
Are you giving us a reference of where that is in, to the garage?
To the garage, it's just north of the garage on the side of the house.
State's Exhibit 15?
This is another picture of the dump trailer, but the back of the yard.
Okay, so now we're in the backyard?
Yeah, we're slowly going toward the back.
16
This is the back of the house.
is from the backyard again?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
State's Exhibit number 17, what are we looking at here?
So this is the driveway. This is now, we're facing south toward the road where the mailbox was.
And is the home here on the right side of the
Yes, the
footprint?
home is on the right.
What are we looking at State's Exhibit 18?
So this is the backyard. This is where we're facing north, and it's the fence that kind of divides the backyard from, because there's a barn. So there's a barn right behind that fence. You can, and there's a vehicle, you can kind of see the reflection in there.
Okay, but, so now are we, where you're standing, are you standing at the house looking back?
Yes.
State's Exhibit number 19?
So I am now on the other side of the fence, facing south toward the house.
So now you're looking back at the house? Yes?
Yes, sir, sorry.
State's Exhibit number 20?
This is another picture facing that way.
State's Exhibit 21?
This is the red Lexus and the lawnmower. This is on the other side of the fence, facing north, where they said the incident occurred at.
So would this be on, I guess, we're calling it the barn garage side?
Yes, on the side of the fence, yes, where the barn is.
State's Exhibit 22.
This is a picture of the car seat with the lawnmower in the car.
And the car seat's on the ground.
The car seat is on the ground.
State's Exhibit 23.
It's another angle. You get more of the car in this angle with the lawnmower in the car seat.
And I guess this would be in line with the rear passenger side?
Yes, sir.
Or, excuse me, rear
A
driver's side?
driver's side.
State's Exhibit 24.
This is the car seat with a pink headband.
State's Exhibit 25.
This is the passenger side of the red vehicle.
And once again, can we also see
You can see the car seat.
State's Exhibit 26?
This shows the barn area where the car was parked in relation to the barn.
So this is the barn garage that we were talking about earlier?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit number 27.
And this is the barn.
Does Your Honor want them? Thank you. So you went through, you took your pictures, you documented the area. What, if anything else, did you do while you were out at the property?
We took measurements from the barn to the vehicle.
Okay, go ahead.
Do you want me to refer to the, no, okay. All we do is just from the barn, from the north side or southeast side of the barn, we took measurements from that corner to the front passenger side tire and to the back passenger side tire, from the north and the southeast of the barn.
And what's the purpose, let me ask you this, is this standard procedure to take measurements when you're at a scene?
It is, it's standard procedure.
Was there any reason to believe that these measurements were used in the investigation in any way?
No, sir.
But is it something that you would do regardless?
We would still do it, yes, just in case we needed to reenact the scene.
Okay. Anything else that you did in this case while you were there?
No, sir.
Did you retrieve any evidence?
The evidence was secured. There were 3 pieces of evidence that we did seize, and we put them into, at the time, I believe he was a detective, but Sergeant Alvarez's vehicle, to secure them, and then I retrieved them back.
And who
into
actually
the
collected
sheriff's
that
office.
evidence, though?
I'm sorry?
And who actually collected that?
It was Miss Wallace.
All right. But you at least participated in the fact that you helped to make sure it was
Yes.
secure and that type? Okay. Thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions.
All right, defense, any,
I have no question, Your Honor, thank you.
all right. May you be excused, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, maybe excuse your release? Just give me a second. Dave, who's your next witness?
Amanda Wallace, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring in Ms. Wallace. Come on up and we'll get you sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Sam, you're gonna step this way for me, please? Step around, have a seat, watch your step.
Mr. Coleman, you still have your TV on if you need it.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm going to need it for,
This one?
thank you. May I proceed?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Coleman.
Please state your name for the record.
Amanda Wallace.
And how are you employed, Ms. Wallace?
I am currently employed by the Wauchula Police Department as the evidence and crime scene technician.
And I think we've heard a little bit about crime scene technicians' duties. How long have you been doing that for?
With the Wauchula Police Department, almost 2 years.
And what about previously?
A year with the Hardy County Sheriff's Office.
And were your duties the same there?
Yes,
Now, your year with the Hardy County Sheriff's Office, would that also encompass the date of November 1st of 2022?
yes.
And on November 1st of 2022, did you become involved in the death investigation of Uriel Schock?
Yes.
And I think you've kind of already given us an idea, but what was your involvement?
I collected evidence directed by law enforcement that they wanted seized.
And would that be physical items?
Yes.
And how about photographs?
I did not take photographs at the scene. That was done by Detective Pfeiffer.
But I meant in the case you took photographs.
Yes.
Okay. Well, let's talk about how did you become involved in this investigation?
I was contacted by Captain Drake to respond to 1478 Kazin Road in regards to a death investigation.
And if you could speak up just a little bit. And so, do you know what time you got out there?
I arrived on scene at 1951 hours.
So help us out there, those of us that are not familiar with military time.
It would be 7:51 p.m.
And thank you, ma'am. And so what was going on when you got out there?
Whenever I arrived, law enforcement was there. I was briefed by Detective Alvarez. He advised me to stand by as they were waiting on a search warrant, so I stood and waited.
Okay. And after you stood by and waited for a bit, what was the first of your duties that you performed while you were out at the property?
I was teamed up with Detective Pfeiffer and walked along with her while photographs were taken of the area, and then I assisted her with taking measurements of the car to the barn, and also taking measurements of the car seat to the car, and I seized a headband and a car seat.
Okay. And well, let's talk about that for a moment, okay? I'm showing you what's been pre-marked at State's Exhibit number 57. Have you seen that item?
Yes.
What is that item?
It's one pink headband bow.
And you can hold it down? Hold it down. And how do you recognize that item?
Well, this is the packaging that I placed it in. These are my initials with the seal, and I recognize it from this.
Does it appear to be in the same or substantially same condition as when you last saw it?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, State would seek to enter into evidence State's Exhibit number 57.
Defense? Yeah. Please.
Oh, I showed it to you.
No objection, Your Honor.
Admit without objection, number 57.
And what was the other item that you collected along with the headband?
It was a gray and pink infant car seat.
I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit number 58, and I may need the assistance because we're not allowed to have.
Right, they have scissors or a knife. One of the bailiffs. One of the bailiffs will bring up your. Here you go. You want to open?
Yes, absolutely, sir. Thank you.
You can put it down.
And you may have to stand, and that's perfectly okay. But if you would, if you could, let me help.
Yes.
And what is that item?
That is a car seat for an infant.
And is that the car seat that you collected that night?
Yes, it is.
And how do you recognize that item?
Well, I recognize the item from the way that it looks, and also on that box, it has my evidence label and my initials on the evidence tape.
Does the car seat that you collected that night and we saw here today appear to be in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, state your seat tenor and state's exhibit number 58.
Defense, any objection? No, sir. Admit without objection, 58, car seat.
Thank you.
Ms. Wallace needs to be.
I was going to volunteer for Ms. Wallace. And briefly, Your Honor, if you'll indulge me, I'll
Yeah,
publish
yeah,
it to
yeah.
the jury.
Take your time.
I will note that the previous exhibit is packaged in plastic and can be easily viewed.
If you need that, this time I'll have to be able to bring it to you.
And this is the car seat that you collected
Yes,
that was on the ground that we saw in photographs.
yes.
Thank you for these things. Yes, sir. And so what did you do with these items?
Once they were seized, I secured them in Detective Alvarez's vehicle and turned them over to the custody of Detective Pfeiffer, and I returned to the Hardy County Sheriff's Office.
And when you got back to the Hardy County Sheriff's Office, did you continue to perform some of your duties?
Yes.
What was the next thing you did in this case, ma'am?
At that time, I accepted the Lexus vehicle into the evidence room that was brought in by Robert's Much Rush Towing.
I'm sorry?
It was brought in by the tow truck.
Okay. And so you received the vehicle?
Yes.
What was the next step, ma'am?
Once the vehicle was brought in, I awaited for Detective Pfeiffer to return. She brought those items to me. I secured them into the evidence room and locked the evidence room and set the alarm.
And what about a onesie? Did you ever receive that into this case?
I did. That was received the following day.
Okay, and we'll come to that in a moment. So what was the next step that you took in this case?
For that night, that was the end of that.
Well, then let's talk about that. Did you do anything with the onesie that was collected in this case?
Whenever I received the onesie, it was still damp. So I placed it into the dry safe that is located in the evidence room and dried it. And once it was dried, I then packaged it.
Okay, so you had to dry it before you could package it?
Correct.
Now, let's talk about the Lexus. Did you participate in that search?
Yes.
What was your role in that?
I photographed the vehicle and items inside the vehicle, and then I seized items as directed.
And let me ask you this. You said you photographed the vehicle?
Yes.
And you photographed the items that were in the vehicle?
Yes.
Did you also collect a white blanket and a diaper bag?
Yes.
Let's start out with the photos. I'm presenting to you items that have been pre-marked States Exhibits 28 through 45. Okay? We're going to take them one at a time. If you look, they're labeled on the back. Okay? Please look at States Exhibit 28. What is that?
This is a red, maroon, and color Lexus SUV.
And is that the vehicle that was searched?
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of that vehicle?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, state would seek to enter into evidence State's Exhibit 28.
Defense, any objections? Admit without objection.
Now publishing.
Yes, please, publish 28.
Please look at State's Exhibit 29. What is that?
This is the rear seat of the maroon and colored Lexus.
Does that fairly and accurately depict what you saw that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, state would seek to enter in State's Exhibit 29.
Defense,
I didn't understand what she said.
This is the rear seat to the Lexus vehicle.
No objection.
all right, admit without objection, number 29, please publish.
Publishing. Now, in this photograph, what do we see here on the floor on the driver's rear passenger side?
That is the diaper bag and blanket that were seized.
So the diaper bag would be this dark item with, it looks like some type of tassel hanging down from it?
Correct.
And then the white blanket would be on top of that?
Yes.
Please look at State's Exhibit number 30. What is that item?
This is also another photograph of the blanket and diaper bag.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time State would seek to enter in State's Exhibit number 30.
Defense, any
No
objection?
objection.
All right, admit without objection.
Publishing. And I guess this is more of a, how would you describe this view?
It's a more close-up view, and I was directly next to the seat.
Okay. Would you look at State's Exhibit 31? What is that a photo of?
This is a photograph of the rear seat from the front driver's side view.
And does that fairly and accurately depict what you observed that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, State would seek to enter in State's Exhibit 31.
Defense, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Admit without objection, 31s,
Now publishing 31.
please.
What was the purpose of this photograph?
I believe it was just to be able to show the view of the rear seat, that there was nothing on the rear passenger seat.
And so, from the photographer's position, where would this be?
I was standing directly beside the driver's seat.
Looking towards what side, what part of the vehicle?
That would be the rear passenger seat.
Thank you. Would you look at State's Exhibit 32, please? And what are we looking at there?
This is the blanket that was seized from the vehicle.
Does that fairly and accurately depict what you saw that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, State would seek to enter into evidence State's Exhibit 32.
Defense, any objection?
No objection.
Admit without objection. Publish, please.
Publishing now. And I guess this is just a unfolded view or an uncrumpled view.
Yes.
Would you look at State's Exhibit 33? What is that?
This is a photograph of the gray diaper bag that was located in the vehicle.
Does that fairly and accurately depict what you saw that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, State would seek to enter into evidence State's Exhibit 32.
Defense,
Or, excuse me, 33.
33. Defense,
No objection.
admit without objection, publish if you desire.
Now publishing State's Exhibit 33. And now this is outside of the vehicle?
Yes.
And what's on the side of the diaper bag there?
That is a baby bottle.
Please look at State's Exhibit 34. What is that?
This is the diaper bag again with the top zipper unzipped, and you can see items inside the diaper bag.
And does that fairly and accurately depict what you saw inside that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, State would seek to enter into evidence State's Exhibit 34.
Defense,
No objection.
admit without objection, publish if you desire.
Now publishing 34. And I guess what you're saying is what type of, how was this closed?
It was zipped closed.
Okay, and are we unzipped here?
Yes.
And what type of items are we looking at?
There is a, there was multiple items inside there. In this photograph, you can see, I believe that is a baby diaper and the top of maybe some wipes.
So we're looking at baby-related type of things?
Yes.
Okay. Would you look at State's Exhibit 35, please? What are you looking at there?
It's a photograph of 2 baby bottles that were located in the diaper bag, and one of them still had milk or formula in them.
Is that fair and accurate to depict what you saw that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, the statement seek to enter in evidence states Exhibit 35.
Defense?
No objection.
Admit without objection, publish as you desire.
Now publishing. I guess you said there were 2 bottles there?
Yes.
Please look at State's Exhibit 36. What are you looking at there?
It is a more open view of the main compartment to the diaper bag, and you can see miscellaneous baby items.
Is it a better view than the one we saw earlier?
Yes.
Does it fairly and accurately depict what you saw, ma'am?
Yes.
Statement seek to enter in evidence states Exhibit 36.
Defense?
No objection, Your Honor.
Admit without objection, publish as you desire. State.
Now publishing. And it looks like we're looking at articles of clothing.
Yes.
All right. State's Exhibit 37, what is that?
This is the other compartment of the diaper bag unzipped, and you can see an article of clothing.
Is it fairly and accurately depict what you saw that day?
Yes.
Statement seek to enter in the State's Exhibit 37, Your Honor.
Defense?
No objection.
Admit without objection, publish as you desire. State.
And it looks like it's almost in half at this point.
Yes, the diaper bag had multiple zipper compartments, and the last photograph we looked at was the larger compartment. And this was like the front compartment to the diaper bag. When you unzipped it, it would lay down flat.
And are we looking at what, more supplies?
Yes.
Would you look at State's Exhibit 38, please? What are we doing here?
These are, it's baby medication and toiletry items that were located in the diaper bag.
Okay, are they actual items that were removed?
Yes.
Is what's in that photograph fairly and accurately depict what you saw that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, statement seek to enter in evidence State's Exhibit 38.
Defense?
No objection.
Admit without objection, publish as you desire. State.
Now publishing. Please look at State's Exhibit 39. What is that?
These are the contents that were in the larger compartment of the diaper bag, and you can see baby wipes, more clothing items, the bottle, a baby toy, and some diapers.
So again, more supplies?
Yes.
Does that fairly and accurately depict what you saw that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, statement seek to enter into evidence State's Exhibit 39.
No objection.
Admit without objection, publish if you like. State.
So all of this that we see in this photograph came out of that bag.
Yes.
Please look at 40. What does that depict?
This is the front passenger seat to the Lexus vehicle.
Does that fairly and accurately depict what you saw that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, statement seek to enter into evidence State's Exhibit 40.
Defense?
No objection, Your Honor.
Admit without objection, publish as you wish. State.
Now publishing. And these were the items that were just found in the front seat, passenger seat?
I believe.
Or just what you saw in the front?
Yes.
Seat? Okay. Go to 41, please. What is that?
It's a photograph of the car seat in the rear driver's side seat.
And let me ask you that. That wasn't found that way, correct?
Correct.
How did the car seat get into the rear seat?
Detective Ward placed it there.
And what was the purpose of that?
He placed it there so that he could attempt to, he also sat in the driver's seat to see if he could see the car seat from the rearview mirror.
Okay. And does that, once you placed, so that isn't, like I said, the car seat wasn't found in that location, but it was placed there.
Correct.
Was that for an investigative purpose?
Yes.
Okay. And does that fairly, once that car seat was placed in there, does that fairly and accurately depict the scene the way it looked once the car seat was placed in the back rear seat?
Yes.
Your Honor, the statement seek to enter into evidence State's Exhibit 41.
Defense?
No objection.
Admit without objection, publish as you wish. State.
And so it's clear, this is the driver's side
Yes,
and rear passenger seat.
yes.
Please look at State's Exhibit 42. What does that show?
It's just another photograph of the car seat with the diaper bag in it.
With a different angle?
Yes,
And does that fairly accurately depict what you saw?
yes.
Your Honor, State would seek to enter into evidence State's Exhibit 42.
Defense?
No objection.
All right, admit without objection, publish as you wish. State.
And where would you be standing as far as the car is concerned when you took this photograph?
I was standing just outside of when the car door opens, on the rear passenger seat.
Please look at State's Exhibit 43. What is that?
This is a photograph from the front passenger view of the car seat and the rear driver's side seat.
And does that fairly accurately depict what you saw that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, State would seek to enter into evidence State's Exhibit 43.
Defense?
Could the witness repeat?
Yeah, please repeat, ma'am.
This is a photograph from the front passenger side seat of the rear driver's side seat of the car seat.
Thank you. No objection.
All right, admit without objection, publish as you wish. State.
Now publishing. State's 43. And from these photos, is that the handle to that? Is the car seat rather close to the driver's seat?
I did not measure, but
Yeah.
it was within close proximity.
Okay, thank you. Would you look at State's Exhibit 44? What is that?
This is a photograph of the rear seat from the rear view mirror. It's taken from the front seat of the rear view mirror looking into the back seat.
Does that fairly accurately depict what you saw when you took that photograph?
Yes.
Your Honor, the State would seek to enter into evidence State's Exhibit 44.
Defense?
No objection.
Admit without objection, publish as you wish. State.
Now publishing 44. And I believe you should have one more photo of that.
Correct.
Would you please look at State's Exhibit 45, and what does that show?
It's just another photograph of the rear seat from the, or of the rear view mirror looking at the rear view seat.
Okay, different angle again, or?
Yes.
Okay. And does that fairly accurately depict what you saw there?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, State would seek to enter into evidence State's Exhibit 45.
Defense?
No objection.
All right, admit without, publish as you wish. State.
Now publish.
Thank you.
Thank you. So besides photographing, you did collect some items also?
Yes, I did.
What were those again?
I collected the small white blanket and the gray diaper bag.
Okay.
And
I'm approaching you with the pre-Mars at State's Exhibit number 59. Would you please look at that? Do you recognize that item?
Yes,
What is that item?
it is the blanket that was located in the vehicle.
And how do you recognize that?
I recognize it from sight, but this is also my evidence label and packaging and my initials.
Does it appear to be in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected it, ma'am?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, state would seek to enter into evidence states 59.
Defense?
Good, board here, just very briefly, just one question.
One question?
This blanket that's in front of you, ma'am, is that the same blanket that you took photographs of?
Yes.
No objection, Your Honor.
Admit without objection, publish as written.
Showing you it's been pre-marked at state exhibit number 60. It is in a plastic bag, so you can't take it out, okay? Please take a look at that item. If you stand up, please do so. Do you recognize that item?
Yes.
What is that item?
That is the diaper bag that was located in that vehicle.
And how do you recognize that item?
I recognize it by sight. This is also the packaging that I placed it in along with my initials.
And does that appear to be in the same or substantially same condition that from when you collected it?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, state would seek to enter in evidence states exhibit 60.
Defense?
Briefly, are the contents of the diaper bag, is it just the diaper bag itself,
The contents are in the diaper bag.
or in there?
Yes.
The ones that you've gone through all these photographs with?
Yes.
No objection.
All right, admit it without objection.
Other than that, ma'am, did you perform any more of your duties as far as this case was concerned?
I downloaded the photographs and submitted them into evidence.
Other than, it sounds more of an administrative thing. Other than that, anything else?
No, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Defense, Cross?
Yes. Ma'am, you had all the items you photographed, you actually had over here.
Sir?
You had the actual items over here of those photos, the items depicted in those photos?
Yes.
Okay. When you took those photos, can you tell us about what time of day it was?
It was approximately, the search warrant began at approximately 2:16 p.m. and I seized the diaper bag and the blanket at approximately 2:55 p.m.
Okay, of what day?
of November 4th.
November 4th. Okay, and this incident occurred when?
I'm sorry,
The incident we're here about, what day did it occur?
November 1st,
Okay, so it was 3 days later.
correct.
All right. So you don't know where any of these items were, we'll say at the time that all this happened?
Those items were located in the vehicle. The vehicle came into the evidence room on November 1st. The evidence room was secured.
When did you first observe these items?
I noticed on scene that there was something in the car, but I cannot tell you exactly because we were dealing with the car seat.
Okay, so you don't know what was where on November 1st?
Correct.
Thank you.
Will you read your act?
Briefly, Your Honor.
Please.
Just to be certain that the jury heard that the car was secured on November 1st, correct?
Correct.
No further questions.
All right, that should be, I believe.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, ma'am, you were subpoenaed, you're released from subpoena to go about whatever business you want to do.
Thank you.
Let's take a 10-minute break for everybody. Does that work for the jury? If I need to give you more or less, let me know.
All rise.
All right. Everyone have a seat.
May be seated.
Defense or state, anything we need to go over before the break?
I just want to let Your Honor know, the state has 2 more witnesses for today. However, one witness has a significant amount of, I guess, the video. We're looking at about 2 hours of video.
All right, so how long is your next witness?
Very short.
Okay, so we should be good, finishing around 4-ish today is what you're thinking?
Yes, Your Honor. I just wanted to make the court aware there is an hour and about 40-minute long statement. Then there's probably around roughly 15 to 16-minute body cam footage.
You want to do, okay, we'll do it, and then maybe we get to a point in the statement, after about an hour and a half, we break, run the break if we need to.
That's why I was letting the court.
Yeah, so what we'll do is this, we'll do the short witness, we'll do the long witness. At a certain point in time, we're going to stop and take a break, okay?
Yes, sir.
I'll let you decide when that's good.
I plan on publishing these matters while the witness is on the stand.
I agree. I just want to take a break. Don't want to keep the jury in the chairs for more than about an hour and 20 with videos. All right, all rise.
All rise.
I'll see everybody about 10 minutes or so.
Court stands on recess. When he comes back, I'll have to ask him. So when he comes back, I'll ask him. Huh? I'm not. I just had it on display. For real. It was given to me as a present. I just have it on display. I was up to it. But I work overtime. So you don't want me to ask?
I guess not. Thank you.
I didn't call you, I don't know,
No, the attorney did.
I guess he couldn't get his work.
Doing it old school, man. Yeah. I don't even think I have yellow pads. I still use manila folders.
It's neat to have a tablet now that's basically just like this.
Exactly, yeah, but I don't have to flip.
Right.
I just. It's basically an infinite, yellow pad, you know. And here's the cool thing, I hit a button, and then I hit convert, and it learns your,
Means the rest really.
so it converts to a Word document. Oh, yeah. I'm only, 46, so I'm between. I grew up with my father, you know, like riding a bike, but I spent my high school years in, cell phones and computers and stuff. But I still remember there was a typing class. I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
So the other day I was, last night I was writing an email to my son's school and he looked at, he's on the second, he goes, how did you learn how to type so fast? I'm like, I learned in high school. Typing class, which my mom told me would pay off, and it did.
yeah. No, I'm not one of these guys. But yeah, no, I wish I would have listened to my mom.
That's funny, because sometimes, normally I cover Sarasota and Manatee County to the box, but I got a note from other house because I typed too fast and I typed too
You guys try setting it up, right?
No, we would.
It was like sticky litter, and I've had it before where I did in court where you just push down too hard, next thing you know.
It's all in the floor.
Yeah. Oh, it doesn't really matter, that's not official, but yeah, I got you. Thank you, man. Appreciate
Take a picture of you.
back in session. All right. Okay, ready to state defense?
Your Honor, Mr. Davis and Mr. Fletcher have used the restroom on the floor, so
Okay.
I'll be back in just a minute.
When they come in, we'll get the jury in. I see them outside. Everybody have a seat. Just go get the jury lined up in the hall. All right. Ready, Your Honor?
Yeah, bring them on in.
All rise.
All right, everyone have a seat.
Members of the jury, everything's good? Nobody talked about anything while we're out about this case?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. Let's, go ahead. State, you ready for the next witness?
Yes, Your Honor, the state called Detective Octavio, or excuse me, Sergeant Octavio Alvarez.
All right, bring him on in. Come on up. Sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes. Please step this way, sir. Step around, have a seat. Just watch your step.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your name for the record.
Octavio Alvarez.
And what is your employment?
I'm a deputy sheriff with the Hardy County Sheriff's Office.
And what are your current duties, sir?
Right now, I'm a sergeant in the patrol division.
And how about back in November of 2022? What was your duties then?
I was a detective with our street crimes unit.
On November 1st of 2022, did you become involved in a death investigation of the Uriel Schock?
Yes.
How did you become involved, sir?
I heard across the radio the dispatch come out of this call for service, responded to the address on Kazan Road, and upon my arrival, that's when I got involved with the case.
And what was going on when you arrived at the scene, sir?
When I arrived, I parked somewhere in the front yard, I can't recall exactly where, and then I walked towards the back, towards, I believe it was like a shed or a barn or something.
And what was going on in that area?
In that area, I seen a red SUV and a pickup truck. There was a gentleman that was distressed. He was upset. I walk around back and I see two detectives speaking to Tracey Nix, and at that point, she was upset speaking to the detectives. From there, I walked to the front and did other things at that point.
Okay, what was the, as far as what other things are you referring to?
So from there, I went and I was instructed to translate for Detective Ward. There were some workers on the roof that were working during this prior to our arrival, and I interviewed or assisted in translating, interviewing for different workers.
So as he's asking the questions, you're just translating, and I'm assuming, do you speak Spanish, sir?
Yes, sir.
And is that what you were doing?
Yes.
Okay. And were you translating for his questions to them?
Correct.
And how about their responses?
Correct. Yep. I was translating back. Yes.
Okay. And then what else, if anything, did you do in this case as far as the investigation was concerned?
I also assisted in interviewing Uriel Schock, and Lieutenant Nicholson was also present there, and I just stood by the rest of the scene.
And I believe maybe some items were stored in your vehicle also?
I cannot recall that. I know it was in a report, but I cannot recall myself.
Okay. Other than that, sir, did you have any further involvement in this case?
Not that I recall, no, sir.
All right. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Briefly, Your Honor, please the court.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You indicated when you got there, you saw a gentleman who was upset, and who was that gentleman?
I think it's pronounced Noon Nix.
Last name was Nix.
Correct.
I'll say, at least compared to you, an older gentleman?
Correct.
Okay. And you said he was upset. Can you be specific for the jury?
I do recall that he was crying, and I believe he was near a pickup truck, I think it was, or one of the vehicles that were in the back, but he was crying that I can recall.
Okay. And had EMS gotten there then?
I believe they were gone at that time.
They're already gone?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then I think you mentioned Mrs. Nix by name.
Correct.
Okay. And you said she was upset.
Yes.
Can you be specific? How do you know she was upset?
I do believe she was crouched down as detectives were trying to talk to her, consult her. And she was, I know she was crying as well.
And you know what detective who was trying to console her?
Yes, at the time it was Detective Samandel, with now Detective Fletcher and Detective Ward.
You said they were consoling her?
Yeah, they were trying to.
Okay. And I think you indicated you interviewed Uriel Schock, is that correct?
Correct.
That's not the mother of the child.
Correct. That's not.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further direct?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be released from the subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, John.
All right, sir, you're released from the subpoena. Go back to whatever business you have.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
State, next witness.
Statement called Detective Alice Fletcher.
All right, so you just have Detective Fletcher come on in.
swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Please state your name for the record.
Alice Fletcher.
And how are you employed?
As a detective with the Hardy County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been with the Hardy County Sheriff's Office?
About 12 years.
What are your current duties, ma'am?
I currently serve in the Criminal Investigations Division as a detective.
What's the Criminal Investigations Division?
We investigate crimes, specifically more felonies.
And how long have you been doing that for?
About 5 years.
Okay, sorry about that. I think I've already asked you that. And are you, so that would, it'd be safe to say that your duties now are very similar to back in November 1st of 2022?
Correct.
Is your name the same?
No.
Okay, what was it back then?
Alice Samandel.
So if you've heard Samandel throughout this, they're talking about you?
Correct.
What is your name now?
Fletcher.
All right. Now, on November 1st of 2022, did you become involved in the death investigation of Uriel Schock?
I did.
How did you become involved?
A call came out over the radio of a cardiac arrest at 1478 Kazan Road at about 5 p.m. on November 1st of 2022. So I jumped up and reported to the residents.
And I think we've already covered this, but I just want to make sure that address is at where, what city is that in?
Wauchula, Florida.
And what county?
Hardy County.
Now, you said approximately 5 p.m. Is that what you said?
Correct.
When did you get out there?
I got out there, as soon as the call came out, I responded. So shortly after the call came out is whenever I arrived.
And were you working that day?
I was.
You remember what the weather was like back then?
I do.
What was the weather like that day?
It was hot. I recall being on scene outside and sweating, and temperatures were reportedly in the 90s that day.
Okay. Now, what was going on when you arrived? Well, let me ask you this. I think it's been covered, but I just want to make sure. Do you know whose property that was that you went out to?
I later learned whose property that was.
Well, after being there.
Correct.
Okay. Whose property was that?
Tracey Nix and her husband, Nay Nix.
Okay. So what was going on when you arrived on scene?
When I arrived on scene, the ambulance was already there and several other units were already there. So I immediately learned from other officers on scene that Uriel had been left in a car and was currently in the care of the rescue team. So I went and observed Nay Nix, who appeared really distraught next to a vehicle on the north side of the residence in a pasture. He said he couldn't find his wife, Tracey, so I went and started looking for her.
So you tried to help him find Tracey?
I did.
And that's Tracey Nix?
Tracey Nix, correct.
Is the person you know as Tracey Nix in the courtroom today?
She is.
Could you identify her by an article of clothing she is wearing?
Yes, she is wearing a maroon, black and white, multicolored dress.
Let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
The record so reflects.
Now, let me ask you this. At the Hardy County Sheriff's Office, you're issued, I guess, various equipment, correct?
Correct.
Is there a certain type of equipment that you were wearing that day that might have captured some of the events you're telling us about?
Yes.
What is that?
Body worn camera.
And what is that? I think pretty much everyone knows what it is this day and age, but what is that?
It's a small box that we wear on our uniform, and when we interact with the public, we activate it. It has voice as well as visual recording properties to it. We typically leave that activated through our interactions with the public, and then we later submit those for evidence, just for record keeping.
Okay. And did you have that on this day?
I did.
When you were just describing the scene that you walked in on, did your camera catch what you were talking about?
It did.
Now, you said you were trying to help Mr. Nix try to locate the defendant, Tracey Nix. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can we pick up from there?
Correct.
Were you able to locate her?
We were.
Okay. And where was she?
She was located
on the west side of the barn, which is on the north side of the property, north of the residence.
And I think we've heard a little bit about the property, but there's a house and also what else? On this property?
Like a barn?
All right. And so she was behind that?
Yes,
And did you speak with her?
I did.
Is the exchange that you had with her also captured on that body-worn camera?
It is.
Rather than go through what the nature of that discussion is, let's take a look at that, okay? I'm showing you it's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit number 56. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
This is the evidence entry of my body worn camera from that day.
And does that appear to be and everything that's on here, is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you described and also your conversation with the defendant, Tracey Nix?
It is.
Your Honor, at this time, State would seek to enter into evidence States 56.
Ms. Pence, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
56, body worn camera admitted without objection, publish if you wish.
And at this time, the state would request to publish State's Exhibit 56.
All right, let's go ahead and publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now publishing.
Party SO1.
I got mine on. Is the ambulance already here? Where are they at? I don't know. Oh, they're in the back, y'all. Well, look for Okay.
Maybe for about 20 minutes, and he doesn't think it was survived because it was already warm whenever he got the baby out.
Where's his wife?
That's what I'm trying to get to without digging too deep.
Okay. We money is on her. She's good. Is that her name, sir?
Tracey.
Tracey. Do you know where she could be?
No, I have no idea she was here and she
We need to find her. Name's Tracey. We need to find Tracey. She's somewhere. No, he's got her. We're good. But you don't know where she is.
idea maybe how long it's been?
It could have been up to 2 hours. I forgot I had her.
Okay.
I took her out to lunch with some friends. And when I got back, I don't know even what I had on my mind, but I didn't get her out of the car, and I didn't think about it again until I was getting ready to get my other grandson and take him out to dinner. And all of a sudden, they told me that she was with me.
I understand. Okay. Okay.
I need to drive in my car. I need to go somewhere. I can't do this.
It's hard to be here.
I cannot do this.
I understand. Well, we also don't want to get in their way, so we're just gonna stay right here for right now, okay? Does anyone notify?
I can't do this.
Okay.
I don't want to be here when she comes. I can't do this.
Okay.
I'm going to get in my car. I need to just go somewhere.
Well,
Unless you're going to arrest me.
I need to get a statement from you though, okay? Are you okay to do a statement? Do you want to go back to the sheriff's office and sit with me? Would that be better? I can't let you drive like this.
I cannot stay here.
Do you want to get in my car?
I cannot stay here. I have to go.
So is that okay? If you get in my car and just go with me?
I don't want to face anybody.
Okay.
I can't face my daughter. I can't do it. I cannot do it. I cannot. I cannot.
How can I help you right now?
I don't know. I need to get in my car and go somewhere. If you need to take a statement, do it now. Unless you're going to arrest me.
Is your vehicle close by or no? Okay. Look, would it be easier then if you sat in Detective Ward's vehicle?
I cannot be here when she gets here. I cannot do it.
Do we want to sit at the table inside, or?
I can't.
She don't want to be here. So I'm asking her if she just wants to. Because like, we can't let her drive this. It would be irresponsible.
Well, let's go back to
Let me drive to the sheriff's office and you follow me. And
Can
then
I take you and we'll bring you back?
Yes.
But yeah, we'll do
I'm
that.
just gonna- I don't want you driving in this
Not
state.
at all, okay? But let's
But I may leave from the sheriff's department.
absolutely. But let's get you out of here for now. Let's do that, okay? Is that okay? Let's do that. Come on, Tracy. Let's go this way.
I cannot do this.
I understand.
I've got to be gone before they come. I've got to be gone before they come.
Yeah. Tracy, are you okay to walk to the front or can?
Here's my car right there on the right. I cannot do this.
Tracy,
Please drive me. Take my car. I don't want to.
I can't drive your car, Tracy. We're gonna leave your car, okay?
I don't want to come back here.
Stay right here with me.
I don't want to come back
I
here.
get that, but I can always have your husband come get you.
No, I don't want to come back here.
Okay.
I mean, I'm serious about getting in my car and going somewhere.
Okay, yeah, do that. Okay. So for right this second,
I've got to be gone when she comes. I cannot be here.
I got you. Okay, I'm gonna have Ward take you, all right? We will figure something out for your vehicle. Don't worry about that right now. Right now, let's just worry about taking you out of here safely. Take care of what we gotta take care of, okay? You can't go in your vehicle, Woody. You can't go in the vehicle.
I cannot do this. She was here. I called up one. Please, let's not stand here. Let's go somewhere. I don't want to be here.
Shane's pulling his car.
Well, we're getting people up there to make sure no one's
It's going to be her.
That's what we're doing. Shane's getting his car and pulling it back. Yeah, that's, I hope he needs it.
Yeah.
Text Captain Drake, let him know this call in case of road. I'm trying to call him.
Please, get me out of here. Please. Please, I don't want to be here.
Status included publishing State Exhibit 56.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, the parties approach briefly, please.
Without the court order?
I believe court order.
All right, court order, please. All right. All right. Members of the jury, you have heard and are about to hear more recordings. The court instructs you that the recordings, both of them, have been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you view and or hear and consider this evidence. Understand? All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Coleman, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Detective, we just watched your body cam footage. I believe that was what you were talking about with the jury just before that, right?
Correct.
Now, there was some discussion that Ms. Nix had with you regarding arrest. Was she arrested on that property?
No.
So at any time, did you tell her she was under arrest while she was there?
No.
So when you were talking with her, other than some statements that were made, what was your goal when dealing with Miss Tracey Nix that we just saw? What was your goal there?
To make sure that she was okay and would remain safe.
Is that one of the reasons why you wouldn't let her drive?
Correct.
So what was the offer of going back to the station? Why did you make that?
I needed to get a statement from her of what had took place, and she also stated numerous times that she didn't want to be where she was. So the alternative was to take her from that place to get the statement.
And I think it's clear on there, but did she agree to go with you?
She did.
So before we leave that scene, is the next thing you did go back with Miss Nix then?
I did.
From the property?
Correct.
All right, so tell us about that. Where did you go?
We went to the Hardy County Sheriff's Office, and we went into the interview room, which is audio and video recorded, and that is where I spoke with her.
And as far as speaking with her, prior to speaking with her, did you take any steps as far as your role? Law enforcement is concerned.
I did, just because at that point she was with law enforcement in a unfamiliar building. I did read her Miranda warnings.
And are those, let me ask you this, we'll kind of foreshadow a bit. You said everything was audio and video recorded?
Correct.
Were those warnings that you gave her also recorded?
Correct.
So what you exactly said to her, we'll hear if we hear that recording?
Yes.
Excellent. So at this point, did you just immediately start questioning her about the incident?
No.
And again, we'll be able to see it, but what was your initial goal when you first got her there?
When I first got her there, I wanted to provide her with whatever she needed, tissues, water, anything of that sort, a few minutes to kind of catch her breath. So that's what I initially did, was offer her.
And as a matter of fact,
things.
during this whole process, didn't she in fact have somebody else show up on her behalf?
She did.
Who's that?
Kathy Walker,
And what was that, her relationship to Tracey Nix?
longtime friend.
So was Kathy Walker prevented from contacting Tracey in any way?
She was not.
Now, did you actually speak with her about the incident? Miss
Tracey?
Nix.
I did.
Sorry, there's two she's. I should have been more specific. So with Miss Tracey Nix, you did speak with her about the incident.
I did.
Prior to reading her Miranda, or even after that, at any time, in order to get her to speak with you, did you promise her anything?
I did not.
Did you threaten her in any way?
I did not.
Leading up to before she was making the statements, was she arrested
She was not.
or restrained in any way?
She was not.
Did she ever tell you she did not want to speak with you?
She did not.
And did she ever try to leave?
She did not.
Your Honor, the state's now approaching the witness with State's Exhibit 55. Would you please look at that item? Do you recognize that item?
I do.
What is that item?
It's a statement of Tracey Nix that I took at the sheriff's office.
And is this video and audio?
It is.
And does this fairly and accurately depict the conversations that you had with Ms. Tracey Nix that day?
It does.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to enter into evidence State's Exhibit 55.
Is that? Mr. Fletcher?
Objection.
I don't have any objection.
All right, admit without objection. State published?
Yes, Your
And
Honor.
then we do want to make it about probably 3-ish, make it break, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
For the benefit of the courtroom, it's about an hour and 37
Right,
minutes, roughly.
just counting when you get to about an hour, then we'll break.
Yes, sir.
So George, we're gonna go until about 3:15, and we're gonna find a stopping point and give you a break, okay? That's where we're on.
Is there anything I can get for you right now? Okay, let me grab you for the, let me set up the door for privacy, okay? So this is what I've got right now, okay? Okay. So, one of the other detectives was asking, were you in the maroon vehicle?
I was in the red Lexus.
Got it, okay. 206, 203, it was the red Lexus.
I'm gonna just answer you like this, if that's okay.
That is totally fine. Now, what I do need to do is, I'm sorry, give me 1 second.
She just put me somewhere, put me in the jail or something.
Well, before we even talk, I want to make sure that you're aware of your rights, okay? So, I have to read them because you're in this room with me, but you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before we ask any questions, and have that person present with you during questioning. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed for you before any questioning. And if you decide to answer any questions without a lawyer, you still have the right to stop talking to me at any given time. And you also have the right to stop talking to me at any time until you have an attorney present. So I just want to make sure that you do understand those rights. Okay. So, Ms. Tracey, is there anything else I can get you right now? Some water or anything? Okay. So I want to make it very clear that you're not under arrest.
I wish it was.
I know.
I just want to be somewhere.
Can I just give you a few minutes and then I'll come back and maybe we can chat? I'm going to do that. I'm going to step out and give you just a few minutes and I'll come back and check on you, okay?
be okay again.
Is there anything I can get for you?
Unless you can get my car.
That's something that we can definitely try to figure out for you, see what I can get done.
Can I stay here?
If you could leave, where would you go? Do you have any other family?
I do. I have family up in Ohio.
Okay. What part of Ohio?
Between Dayton and Cincinnati.
Okay.
I cannot, I just cannot. And then I'm just responsible, I just cannot do it.
Do you keep her child often?
Last week I had her 4 days out of 5. But typically I just have her once or twice a week.
Was there anything different about today?
No, except that I didn't expect to have her, and I picked her up and took her to eat with some friends. And somehow, when I got home, I just didn't even think about the fact that I had her. She must have fallen asleep in the vehicle or something. And I heard no noise, and I didn't have anything specific on my mind. It's not like I was rushing in the house to do anything. I just forgot she was in the car. I just forgot. I cannot do this. I know my limits and I cannot do this.
What does that mean, you cannot do this?
I can't watch everybody be in pain because of some action of my own.
What's the alternative?
You know what the alternative is. Either that or just drive until I just can't go any farther. I just cannot face everybody. I cannot do.
What's her name?
Uriel Jane, called her Uri. She was the most precious child.
What's your favorite thing about her?
She's just precious. She's just precious. I don't know.
Okay.
I can't believe it. I cannot believe this. I cannot face anyone. I cannot do it. I can't. I cannot. That's the first job. I can't imagine Kayla.
Your daughter's name is Kayla?
Yes. It was.
Okay.
But who could do that? Who could do that? Who could have Who does that?
What do you mean?
Who could forget that a baby's in a car? Who could do that?
Okay.
Oh, God.
I'll be right back. Is there anything else I can get you? Miss Tracy?
Yes.
I got someone here that's gonna give you a little bit, okay? Hey, baby. I'll come back and check on you later. Come here. Are you sure you have a minute? I'm just gonna go snack to this and make it a little bit
You can't do this, Gabby.
You got to.
I cannot. I cannot. I cannot. I can't do it yet. Do it. I can't do it. I can't. I cannot. I cannot. I cannot do this. I can't do it. I can't.
You can't
No,
understand.
I can't. And I can't do it here. I cannot stay here. I cannot stay and watch you love. I cannot. I don't know where I'm going, but I've got to have a car because I am not staying. I cannot. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. I don't know how to handle it. I don't know. If I could leave your house to get it done, I can't do it. If I could just do something to get out of this, I would. I can't do this. I cannot. That's on all of us then again. You just can't do that. I can't do that. I cannot do this. I can't do this. I can't do this. I can't do this. I can't do this. I can never face Caleb. I just can't do this. I can't. He'll be happier without me here. There'll be another hole. Rebecca, Hayden, guess how many days I don't call you. Rebecca called me. She came up on it somehow. She was there because I was supposed to take in and stop it. And they were late. And if they had been there an hour earlier, maybe it would have been too late. But it was just my fault. I just forgot. And you hear about it all the time. But not me, that's twice. But two completely different things. I can't do it. I have to go somewhere. I begged him to just have a miracle. She was still deserved to keep going. I forgot. Deserve it. You don't deserve it. Nobody deserves it. Oh, God. You're going to have to take me somewhere, Kathy. I cannot stay here. Can't do it. Take telephone. I've got to have a plan. Now your plan's to breathe. It's gonna take care of it. It's gonna keep her from just falling apart. Because again, baby, I've lost her dad. I should do something. I don't know what. I don't have any idea what. But I cannot stay. I cannot. I don't see why.
You can't see anything right now. I can't see anything. That's very understandable.
I don't want them to come. See, I can't face any of them. A car. So that I can go somewhere.
You take it with you.
I can put it here with me. I need just a few clothes.
Wherever you go, it's going to be with you, though. You need to be here and loved by your people.
No, I can't face any of them. I can't do that. I need to be tucked away somewhere. I need to be at home. I need to be in solitary confinement so I don't look at anybody. I don't deserve to have any kind of pleasure, any kind of anything.
This is not malicious. This is not.
It wasn't malicious, but that's right. Can't do it. I just can't do it. I can't face anybody. God. Have you seen Caleb?
I haven't gotten here when I was last. You were out of the nest. And I couldn't get close to the house. I was stopping on the road.
All I wanted her to do was get me out of there, because I couldn't see from it. I didn't care where she took me. I wanted to drive, but she wouldn't let me.
No, that was smart. And that nice, I guess, investigator, that short guy, Toby.
I didn't even look at it.
Anyway, he came over and asked me who I was. And I had to sit with Tracy. I said, yes, I remember. I thought you were in the house.
I begged them to leave me, to take me from there, because I knew I couldn't stand that again.
I did.
I told her she needed to arrest me, put me away somewhere.
She's told me you're not under arrest. You're here for your own safety.
I wish I could do something without hurting everybody else.
Promise you will. You will. And you know that's a selfish thing.
I do.
People do. You say it all the time.
I do.
But I
can't do it.
Not right now.
I cannot. I can't have a funeral. Maybe Judy Gale's place in North Carolina. I've got to do something. I've got to go somewhere. I cannot stay here.
You know you're going to take this with you. You're not going to just escape it by going up a mountain. It's something you have to do one millisecond at a time.
Oh, God. How can I be this quiet? It's been how many times? How many times?
This was too many. But we don't get that choice.
I didn't even think I could thank you. I just don't deserve it. I don't deserve to have you here.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
I need to go somewhere.
I don't look at you as even person.
No.
I look at you as someone who's had an awful happening.
I can't stand people feeling sorry for me bringing food. And I just, I love you. I do. I don't think I can do it. Oh, yes. Yes, thank you. Thank you. I don't think I can. I don't think I can. Oh, God. What's he thinking? What's his ways? We don't know. We don't know what his ways are. I don't know what God's thinking. It's just terrible, terrible. There's no violence, no reason. And they only do this because they call actors. No. You don't wish that. Michaela Drew will never be able to get into this. They'll never be able to get over it. And they'll never be able to forgive themselves for it. And I'll never be able to see it again. Right now it is very hard to even imagine. We don't know. We just don't know. Just take it as a second at a time.
Miss Tracy, you still have to answer a couple questions for me?
Sure.
Yeah.
So that I don't have to forget you.
Yes, you don't have to. Tracy, you know about what time it was you picked up Uriel?
Uriel Schock could probably tell you it must have been somewhere around 11:30 or 11:45.
Okay.
Picked her up from the shop. Yep.
Now, where's the shop at?
It's the glass store.
On Safari Glass.
On Florida Avenue. They all were there. They own it. Okay.
And where'd you go eat lunch at?
Beach.
Okay.
I was with Gil Knight, Judy Terrell, and Brenda Knight.
From Uriel? Y'all went to lunch? Yeah.
After our prayer time.
Gail tonight and Brenda night? Are they sisters?
Mm-hmm.
2 different nights?
Mm-hmm.
Still the same?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're in, 2 are in her Sunday school class. And they just had a prayer. What an oxymoron.
These prayers are going to come in handy. And who was the third one? Brenda Knight, Gail Knight, Judy Terrell.
And we saw Bill Stallings and Brenda Roberts. They sat beside us.
Okay. Do you know about what time you left these? Okay.
Maybe 12:30, 1 o'clock.
Is it just you and Uriel in the car? Okay.
How many pictures in the car is right now?
And about, now, when you got back to the house, did you make any stops in between?
No.
Okay. And when you picked Uriel up from A1, you went straight to B?
Yes.
Okay.
Gil Knight was with me when I picked her up.
Gail met with you. And then I took her back home?
No, then she got a car with Judy and Brenda. And when I got out, I saw Lacey and I started talking to her, thinking about her. And I forgot me.
Okay.
And I played my piano. I practiced for a long time. I can't believe I didn't even think of.
So you went straight home and you started talking to your dog?
Yes.
Okay. And what's your dog's name again? Pete? Whose idea was it for you to get Uriel for lunch?
Kayla asked me if I would because she was getting her hair done.
Got it, okay.
And he said Uriel was at the shop and everybody was busy.
Okay. And where was your husband at?
Home, at home, he was just working out in the yard.
Did he know that you got the baby?
Probably not.
So you hadn't told
I
him?
hadn't talked to him.
Okay.
I didn't know until the prayer time. I told her I could, when I left there, I could come by and pick her up.
Okay, so you went from prayer to get her to go to lunch?
She was at Brenda Knight's house, yes.
Okay.
And we decided to get lunch, and that's the first time we've ever gotten lunch. If I had just gone to the shop and picked her up and brought her home, I wouldn't know she was there, and we could talk about it.
Okay. And you said the prayer was at Brenda Knight's house?
Yes.
Okay. Where does she live?
She lives on Crossing.
On Crosby?
Out the fourth or fifth house down on the right.
How long were you there?
Probably an hour and a half.
Okay.
We started at 10, and we didn't leave till at least 11:30.
And you said that you were in the red Lexus?
Yes.
Okay. And it was just you and Uriel on the way home in that vehicle?
That's right.
And when you went inside, after getting home, what did you do?
I went and started practicing the piano. I take lessons. I have one on Thursday, and I need to just put in some time on it.
Okay.
I never gave it another thought.
Okay.
It was so quiet, I didn't even.
Now, what prompted you to go back outside?
I was thinking of my other grandson. We're supposed to take him out for dinner.
Okay.
And I was impatient because they were about an hour behind. And I finally got in the car and went down to the barn because they had to go feed the pig, 4-H pig. And all of a sudden, when I got out of the car, it came across my head that I had Uriel and what happened. Ken can pick her up. I couldn't remember what happened, and all of a sudden, I opened the back door and I was over there.
So when you got home after eating lunch, where did you park your vehicle?
In the garage.
Okay.
No, I didn't. Because the ropers.
At what part of the yard was that
It
in?
was by the wooden fence in the front.
In the front yard?
Is that true? But then I pulled in the garage. He was normally planning to go out. They was worried about nails. I think I pulled it at the garage now that I think about it. Okay, that would be your plan. I think that's what I did.
Do you have any cameras at your house?
I don't know, we do have one in the garage, I don't know if he has it working, you know.
And is it like camera you have is the one in the garage?
Yes.
Okay. Did you talk to your husband when you got home?
He was out, I guess, on the lawnmower.
Okay.
Oh, God.
How was Uriel during lunch?
It was great.
Okay. How do you spell her name, honey?
U-R-I-E-L-L-E.
And you said her middle name is Jane.
Yes.
What's your last name?
Shock.
S-H-O-C-K?
S-C-H-O-C-K.
Got it. Do you know when her birthday is?
Oh, 3/I-22.
Okay. Now, just so I understand correctly, Ms. Tracy, you said that you were gonna get your other grandson for dinner. Okay.
That had been planned for several days.
Okay. Now, is this Caleb's son or
No, it's Rebecca.
Rebecca? And is Rebecca your daughter too?
Yes, I have 2 girls.
Got it. What's Rebecca's last name?
Tucker.
Tucker? Okay.
You want to just pause at that point? I didn't know if there was a good stopping point. It's been about,
Let's take a 15-minute break, okay? All right. All right, state or defense, anything we need to go over? Okay, go ahead, have a seat.
sidebar.
There's no jury here, you want,
Oh, I think that's what he does.
you want to go outside?
Yes.
All right, let's go outside.
Sandy, hang on to it, buddy. All right.
Got it.
Yeah, I know, right? It's just in case we put the timestamps in the off. Because we edited it, so the timestamps will go
It's exhausting. I know. Not too bad so far. Been lucky.
All right, everyone have a seat. All right, everyone have a seat. Are we ready for the jury, gentlemen?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Let's go get us a jury. What's the time on that one? 8:19, 6:19? Yeah.
Which time are you asking for, Your Honor?
The top, it's military time.
Oh,
8:19,
yes.
6:19. Eyes are still good. All right, let's all rise. I think the jury's about to come. What time we have the phone? And they left us to stick it on jury deliberation room. Ready, Freeman?
All right.
All right, everyone have a seat. Members of the jury, did anything happen in the interim where y'all discussed or did anything you weren't supposed to?
No, sir.
All right, I didn't think you did. I just gotta ask it. We're gonna get you out of here probably a little over an hour, okay? So we're gonna knock out this remainder of the testimony and then call it a day. State, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And what's her son's name?
The oldest is Aiden, A-Y-D-E-N.
Okay.
And then there's a younger one, Cooper, C-O-O-P-E-R.
Are you getting both of them?
No.
Which one?
Aiden.
Just Aiden? Okay. And so you said that they were behind an hour. What time are they supposed to?
I was hoping to leave at 3:30.
Okay.
Someone's going 3:30 and 4, and it was after 4:30.